how are we collecting the data on that, and took us through all the excellent resources that exist on the continent about how gender indicators are being collected. To the wonderful discussion that Isabella made about, how some of these things are also being taken into consideration in terms of the SDGs and in such wonderful bodies as the UN Women. And the point that I've forgotten her name, made yesterday, about the difficulties in terms of communicating this information, emerging from on gender statistics, all these issues, to a variety of audiences, policymakers, journalists, people out there, So, and I felt that this is a wonderful segue to the point I want to make today, and the discussion I want to make today, which is on gender identity in Africa. When I got this email from the organizers to think about this, I was like, in Africa, we've not even got into this stage in terms of how we don't have so many. Of course, activities are happening, studies are happening here and there, small-scale studies, But if I'm too fast, let me know so I used to deal with the tempo of things. So I started agonizing. Where are we going to find this? But I also discovered that I was also actually involved in some attempt to develop indicators of gender identity in Africa. So those are some of the things I will be trying to unpack with us at this morning. But so that I also want to start from where we all are very comfortable with. We all know about this, so there may be no need to go into all these elaborate definitions. But gender identity, remember, is how I feel about gender, how I feel about myself about gender. So you cannot tell me how I feel because you are not in me, and I cannot tell you how you feel because I'm not in you. It's a personal sense of being a woman or a man or none of those. So it's something that you need to think about. So that also makes it very difficult to begin to capture in terms of measurement. But so I think the most important thing here for me is the last point. It has nothing to do with genitalia. It has nothing to do with sexuality. It has nothing to do with appearance. I might come here and dress in the most masculine way you would think about. It does not mean that deep down me, I feel masculine. But these are things that we are all aware of. And that is actually, I remember that when I used to work as a field worker for some researchers, they will tell you, you don't have to ask the person if he's a man or a woman. You already have the tool. You just look at the person and tick. You understand? There are things you could observe then. We are told, tick. You look at their house and then you can make thatched house, You don't have to ask them that question because you already see them. But that is not what happens with gender identity. It's a question that needs to be asked. And this talk is about how we've tried to capture, understand that, what it means within the continent. So some other points to consider is that it's not just a question of two genders. We all know about that. It goes way beyond that. It's also something that actually exists in a continuum. By that it means, and I have seen some research like that, people will say, this person is more feminine than this other person. I'm just using that as an example. I have seen that in some studies. So it's something that exists on a continuum from this point to sometimes we don't even know where it ends. And you see that as some of the, and I actually have seen just as to demonstrate the continuum that I'm referring to, I have seen a tool like this in an effort to measure this thing that we refer to as gender identity. Somebody says, I feel masculine, I feel feminine. Do you strongly agree with that? That's just one way people have tried to capture that, and that's a tool that exists. In reality, I've just put that tool there to demonstrate to you that there are also efforts to capture the continuum of this thing that we refer to as gender identity. Sexuality and gender identity, not the same thing. We already know that. I'm just trying to, but the entry point into gender identity is always maleness and femaleness, which I consider very problematic. When we ask people that question, how do you identify in terms of gender? Sometimes we ask them as a male or masculine. So the entry point is always what? Maleness or femaleness in most tools. That's always the entry point. So that is something that personally it bothers me, because I keep thinking about what of that person who, is it possible to have somebody who maybe has never interacted with others, somewhere in some bush or unknown, and doesn't have an idea of what being a male or being a female is. I'm not talking about those in the biological sense now. Or being feminine and being masculine is. What is it that they would think of in their head in terms of responding to that? But that also shows you how concepts are very important in terms of some of the things that we try to measure in real life. I don't see how we can begin to think about gender identity without that whole notion that we already carry into it, that people could be this or that or something within that whole continuum. It's a problem that exists in most measurement. I don't have the answer, but it's something for you to think about. We've already created categories in our head for people to fit in through socialization and all that. And the only way to get them out of it is to blind them from the options available, but we don't do that in terms of measurement. Then the other thing is, it's not something that is outwardly visible to others. Like I said, and we all agree, it comes from one's sense of who we are and all that. So this also raises fundamental questions about how we disaggregate data when we say we are collecting gender data in terms of male, female, feminine, and all that. Are we really thinking about gender identity, or are we thinking of something else in some of these existing measurements? I will pause here in case there is a very short reflection. Mine is a very short presentation. Part of it is you will discover at the end of the day, because there is very little work done on this within the continent, really, because my focus is on what have we been doing on the continent in terms of measuring this. So it's not a very long talk, but I will pause here, and if there is any short reflection, we can take that and then move forward. Okay. Is that? Yes.
So, I'm looking at that, and I think it's actually a very clever idea. But how would you analyze that, and how would you, for the purposes exactly of what you're speaking about, disaggregation, how are you going to create classes for analysis purposes?
Okay. I know the person who was developing this, actually it's a very elaborate questionnaire. The person abandoned it at some point. But I also know it's very possible at the end of the day to have, at least from what demographers and others do, to have agree and strongly disagree as one category, and then the other ones as other categories, and move on. But the point is, this person was worried that what we are doing, existing tools do not capture that continuum. and they tried to, find a way to deal with. But I understand that it was abandoned along the way. Part of it was because of the analytical difficulties it posed. There are other simplified measures that are already in existence, and I will come to those much later. Yeah. This is not one of the tools I will recommend, but it's just something that I remembered as I came into this, trying to discuss this. Yeah.
Thank you, Chima. I think for me, this is very eye-opening, considering that on the continent we've not had, some of us have not had this much information before, and looking at gender identity in the way you've explained it, it's about how someone feels, not how a society perceives them. That is fairly new for me, so it is very helpful. And I'm wondering, does it mean that we would include, or is it ideal to include gender identity as a variable in all our national surveys, for example, or it should be for particular surveys where we are looking for a particular output or searching for a particular outcome? Thank you.
Okay, that's a very important question. I was speaking with Jack yesterday, and we chatted briefly about one national effort to include something like this in Africa. Just one country has ever done that in Africa, just one country. And it is not, from what Jack told me, it's not even working that well. So we'll come to that, and the other areas, issues, where it has already been incorporated, and the other places where it can be incorporated. But I think that's the big question of the day. How can we begin to collect this data to complement the other ones that are already in existence within the continent? Maybe last reflection, and then we move forward.
Okay, so I was considering the practicality of this in case you want to really collect data, within this continent. I'm imagining, to me, as it stands now, collecting data on gender identity is more feasible when we are dealing with key populations. By the general population, no.
Okay.
Because of our social norms. So I think we should also be thinking of how to capture these, or how to measure gender identity so that people will not feel so offended. Because as Africans, from readings and from experience, we tend to protect what we have. And maybe introducing gender identity has always faced a strong resistance. So the measurement will be very key.
I think those are some of the big issues that we have on the table. I already have a slide on some of the challenges with this, and I'm happy that you are shooting quite very early on those. Last point. Oh, okay. Okay. But I would also like the statisticians to talk about the feasibility of it, because I know you and you manage very big data sets on some of these things, and but remember, sorry sir, we are not thinking about, I'm not saying this is the tool to use. Remember, I just gave you one example. It didn't even work. I hope you know that. It didn't even work very well. All right.
Morning, colleagues. I think from my experience is that we, especially from South Africa, we are in the process of trying to test the issues of sexuality and gender identity. We completed the census, and we had a challenge with the census where some of the South Africans didn't want to participate. And we were given a mandate that as an NSO, we should look at it and see how we factor in issues around sexuality and gender identity. And it's not easy because these are some of the questions that need to be tested, but at the same time, you still have to collect information around sex. So it is a challenge for NSOs, and it's something that I think before the end of this year, we'll probably have a test and see how best we can incorporate this in our normal surveys. Thanks.
Okay, so I also have a brief reflection on the South African context in this presentation, just highlighting the same point he has made about this. So we'll come to that. So it's not that efforts are not happening, they are happening, and I think people also realize that big challenges around some of this, and there are also ways to get around them. Other countries have also succeeded in capturing some of them, and there are also existing studies that have laid the groundwork on which we can build on as we move forward. Okay, so how many gender identities exist? You know, how many of them exist? These are just a few. There may be many more out there because you've not asked me, you've not asked him, you've not asked her, you've not asked they. I use the word they. You've not asked people who don't have a pronoun, who don't think they can be captured with a pronoun. There are lots of things out there. Don't think that the way you feel about gender is the way others feel. But these are just a few popular ones that we see in the literature and that people have tried to measure. So when we think of measuring gender identity, these are some of the things that might come up in some of the measurements that you will see. Transgender, we know what that means. Cisgender, genderqueer, agenda, that exists. Agenda, that exists. And gender expansive. You know, I always, people talk about, gender and sexuality are not the same thing. But I want to give an example of, I always heard that there were people who were asexual, right? Not agender. But I never met anybody who was asexual until I was involved in a march, in a gay parade march. And I saw one group, an asexual group, and they were marching, and so these groups are out there in reality. So don't think that because this is how you feel, that you don't have people who feel the other way out there. And these things have implications for health outcomes, for educational outcomes, for violence, for many things. And it's very important that we begin to think about them if we want to deepen our understanding of the whole question of gender and how it plays out in reality and in driving economic change, driving whatever it is in our context. So,
can you come to this?
I don't know where I am again. Sorry,
I think you were moving, yes. Yeah. Please, can you just explain what is agender? I mean, can you, because for you it's obvious, right? You talked around this.
It's not obvious to me.
No, well, what I'm saying is that you know the definitions, but maybe not everybody here is aware of what is, transgender, cisgender, and all of that.
So I think maybe the best place to start would be the cisgender. That is where I think the entry point is always the gender that we are assigned, the sex that you are assigned at birth. If the gender you say you identify with is the same, preachers, people of God, we like to move and touch the laity. No, it's okay, let me. Yeah, so, at birth, sometimes, when we are born, it's a boy, it's a girl. If we grow up and then feel that sex that we are, that sex and the gender that we are assigned at birth is the one we identify with, then we are cisgender. So if you think that, I was considered a boy, man at birth, and I think I've grown up to become a boy and a man, then you are cisgender. You fit whatever you are. So it is always that place of birth that now becomes the basis. And for me, that's a problem with conceptual measurement. Okay, so if that does not happen, and what you are assigned, but as gender or whatever, at birth, is different from what you think you are, then you are transgender. I don't know if that makes any sense. if I was, everybody imagined that at birth, because I was born with a male organ, that I'm male and masculine, and I grew up and I feel, no, that's not really who I am internally. I think I have something that tells me, I believe this, I am actually feminine, I'm a woman. Then I become a transgender. Then we have other concepts. This thing is not easy to deal with. So it also, you need to, because even within transgender, there are also other small categories, you know, trans man, trans woman, and all that. So depending on where you are moving from to the other. Now, gender queer. Some people use that, interchangeably with gender fluid and non-binary. Now, that is very simple. That means that you really don't see yourself as fitting into either being a man or being a woman. And you can weave between the two. You see yourself today, well, I think I'm a woman. Actually, I have a tool that tries to capture that. It's a 27-point tool. 27 questions just to capture how fluid this person's gender identity is. And you cannot implement that in national survey. It's meaningless. You can do that in other smaller surveys, just focus on national identity, on gender identity. But there are people that way. The point is that I cannot use myself as a basis for any other person. So that is something that happens. There are people who believe that they are fluid in terms of their gender. They don't really fit into any of these. They can incorporate some of them, and that's not what they are. So you can't fit them into this or that. The agenda, for them, they do not, what they are have nothing to do with any of those other things you're thinking of. So they don't have a sense of gender the way we carry them. So it's not that I incorporate everything, and then today I feel this way, or tomorrow I feel that. No, it's that is not how they define themselves. There is no sense of gender. There is no identity anchored around femaleness or maleness that they carry. Then you can see the difficulties in terms of measuring this. Okay, and then gender expansive. This incorporates virtually everything that you have here. This is a broader range than being this today and being another tomorrow. And so it's much more expansive than this. And what I've just listed is just a few of what I have seen people try to measure in the literature. There are others. And people have also tried to actually break down some of these things into smaller categories. But again, remember, that is a luxury that you only have when you have so much money to do research. I don't see how Kenya will invest so much money at this point in time into measuring what are the continua around gender expansiveness. No, that may not be where Kenya is at this point in time. It's important, but every country has its own priorities. Every research has its own priorities. In a country where we are dealing with drought, climate change, massive maternal mortality, unsafe abortion, child nutrition, and you tell somebody, I want to know how many people in this country are agenda. You see some of the problems. It's very important. These things are connected, but a policymaker, a funder may not immediately make that connection. Yeah.
What I want to say is just when you look at all those definitions here of various gender, then it has nothing to do with your sexual orientation. And that's what we have to make it clear, because in fact you can be masculine, feel masculine and be homosexual.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
So this is really two different things to consider, the gender and the sexual orientation.
Yeah. This has nothing to do with, it can be a gender and you are bisexual. It has nothing to do with, you can be transgender and you are sexual. So this has nothing to do with sexuality. This is a sense of who you are when you are considering themselves from the perspective of maleness and femaleness. It has nothing to do with sex. So very important point that needs to be made. So these are just some of the categories and identities that people have expressed in the literature and in some research. So if we were really to break, I know demographers have this saying, we break populations down by gender and sex. So, but if we were really to break down data by gender identity, what would we see? And what would be the difference compared to what we currently do? There are so many things we see. This is one of the things we really like, you would, at the end of the day, see. We will now begin to understand how gender inequality will intersect with other factors to shape men's, women's, and gender diverse people's health. I'm just looking at the perspective of health. You can think about education as well. You can fit any other thing in that. If we're able to do that, this is one of the things that will emerge from such a study. Okay, so have there been any efforts to measure gender identity in Africa? I've been searching and looking around. Well, there were very few studies of GI, very few. South Africa might be the leading place. Some of them are very small studies existing. Some of them, but there are also, just to make sure, I'm thinking about surveys here. There are lots of qualitative studies on this, massive number of qualitative studies. But in terms of surveys themselves, very few of them. And there is nothing regional that I could find. Nothing regional, nothing that has been implemented in one country within the African context. I know the World Bank did something that is a bit multi-country, but Africa was not featured in that. Many of them also focus on health, HIV issues. You know, actually, HIV has been one of the most important factors in driving studies on gender identity on the continent. And then, interestingly, all of them were led by non-Africans. Yeah.
Actually, I want to ask, as a follow-up to what Mika just said, that gender identity has very little to do with sexuality. Then you see this, there are few surveys, because in most of the time we interchange the two. Immediately you talk about gender identity, what comes into mind is sexuality and all of that. And in South Africa, it's well known there, it's acceptable and all of that, but in other African countries, it becomes an issue. So I'm not surprised there's very few surveys, and South Africa seems to be the lead. Currently, I think Isaac can also talk about that. There are issues in Ghana right now where there's a law that seeks to ban people from dressing. So you cross-dress and you're in trouble. There are gay clubs and all of that. We know it's there, but immediately you are out of it, there's a law trying to criminalize the whole thing. In such a situation, if you give, as you said, you ask that if you try to have a national dialogue on developing concepts to measure gender identity, it wouldn't even cross the very office you started the discussion from. Yeah. So really, when we talk about that, I don't think it's completely different from sexuality. It does bring issues of sexuality to play.
Okay,
Chima, can I suggest something? That maybe I will take over with the moderation. So maybe because those questions are so important. You know, like, I think that's what will come up in the discussion. So maybe you just end with the presentation and then we will discuss. Is it, yes? Not that, I mean, this
boss.
Will come up. No, I'm not but just.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. I think that makes sense. Okay,
yes.
So most of these studies are also led by non-African researchers. The few ones that I was able to see, which is also very important in terms of developing capacity on the continent for us to be able to measure these things, because they have implications for how we live, how we interact, and the future we see for the continent. Well, one of the, for me, most interesting studies on this, and you can look at the date, 2018, it's not a very old study actually, was done in South Africa. This is one of an excellent effort to try to capture gender identity, again in the context of HIV/AIDS, in the context of health. So there were just 2 questions that were used to be able to do that. So this is the study. Of course, you have the slide. You can look at it. Look at the whole battery of tools that were, battery of questionnaires, the tool itself that was used. And then 2 questions about gender identity that was now used as variables for the study. First one was, are you? You know what I mean? It's a tool, remember. Are you? The response is male, female, intersex, and other. Remember, if you look at this, the first one is still dealing with biology somehow, right? Then the gender identity question is the second one. How would you identify your gender? The response categories now, male, female, transgender.
Then you will define intersex for everybody?
People who are intersex know themselves. So that is how that tool, well, of course, many of these tools will also have some explainer that will come to it. We are doing this, and I have an example of that too. By this we mean, by intersex we also mean this. And people will be willing to say, this is where I fit, and they tick. This is one study that happened in South Africa. But again, the question, sorry, transgender, not intersex. It's transgender, not intersex. I mean, in terms of the gender, that the category. So that is one. It's a simple tool, and it works quite very well. You can look up the study to see what it found out. Okay.
You know, as you in women, we actually have a problem with that first question. Biological sex, response options should be woman, man, intersex. Because the word male and female already has some sort of a cultural, it's the root of it is feminine, masculine, it has some sort of a cultural meaning already. So, yeah, I think the concept is nice, but I would have actually rephrased the first one to say, what is your biological sex? To be very clear. Male, well, woman, man, intersex. You could have other. I'm not sure. I think that that's sort of the 3 categories. That you have biological attributes of both women and men in the case of intersex. And then the second one is fine. But I think, you know, we create more confusion by using male, female for the response options for both. Up
and down, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. There are studies that have also tried to deal with that. Because if you look at male, so what are we measuring? What's the difference between this and that? But I think some of these questionnaires also have to be domesticated to a local reality so that they make sense to people. As they tick. But this is what was done in South Africa to be able to deal with this. The question they used ultimately in terms of variables and then cross-stars was the second one, although the first one was useful, but they were actually aiming to get to the second one. And this is the second one. This one was done in Kenya, just published in the Lancet just last year. And then it was also measured through a two-step approach. The sex assigned at birth. So you were asked that question. Sex assigned at birth. Then you say male, female, prefer not to say. Then the second one is the gender, the identity that you currently subscribe as you see yourself as who you are. Then it was male, female, it repeats the same problem that she just pointed out. Male, female, transgender, or none of these. Remember, I'm just giving you the tools. They all have issues. They are not my tools. I will show you one effort where I was involved. The process was aborted. It did not work. So then, the interesting thing for me was about the coding of this. How the data was ultimately coded. And now, very interesting. This study only focused on men. People who self-identify as men. So, trans-feminine men, people, and then cisgender men. Women in that sense, biologic women who say, people who say, who not define themselves as women, we are not involved. in that study. Yes. And then women who, it's, so let's get this right. People who born male see themselves as male, but have sex with men, right? And then born male, but see themselves as women, but have sex with men. Those are the two categories involved in this. Okay, and I asked that question yesterday. Is it possible to just do a study among men looking at gender, just among men or women? So you see, it is very possible to do that. Okay, but then the coding, this is how the coding was done when the data was collected. So, you were coded as cisgender if you are the sex assigned to you at birth and the way you correctly identify yourself are male. You were seen as cisgender. Now, you were transmasculine when birth assignment was female, but you currently identify as male or transgender. So you can see that it's not an easy process to deal with. But at the end of the day, the study was published in Lancet, and we know that at least Lancet has a very strong quality, and there's rigor in the review process. So I will encourage those who want to look at this, who want to understand more of this study, to just look at that journal. And then there's also a third category, a fourth and then a third category for this kind of thing. Ask yourself which government in Africa we want to invest in this. Is a point that we all want to make. Then this is one study where I was involved in. It's called the Sexual Hate Research Survey. We ultimately published, what we published was the process through which we landed at this wonderful tool. You can see there were about 20 of us who are funded by WHO to develop a tool that brings together all the other tools that will now help us to measure sexual health and then the other components, including sexual identity and all that. I think we succeeded in getting a paper out of it, which is the most thing that the researchers are looking for. It may not translate into much at the end of the day. But it was very interesting because we spent almost 1 week negotiating, talking about what goes into it, after reviewing over 30 tools from all over the world. And then we discovered that in many countries, that tool that we're developing will not work. And we ended up with only one question there. And that is how that process ended. Some of us pushed for a second question to follow up, but we asked ourselves, this question is going to be implemented all over the world. This tool will be used all over the world, because once something gets approved for WHO, it has this global appeal. And people say this tool cannot be implemented in their own countries. And you can see what that means for the third category. What sex were you assigned at birth? Replace it with what sex are you on your birth certificate, rather. In some places, replaced with content-specific ID documents assigned at birth. And then the response was male, female. Then he says, if some countries allow other categories, include them. You see, because in some countries, people may not even have that notion about what they are, because it's already been given to them, and they accept it. And you need to probe and probe and probe for them to tell you, okay, this is what they are. So that is how we ended that tool, and it didn't go beyond that. Now, the Kenya 2009 census, that's also another initiative to be able to include, to think about gender identity, but it did not go beyond that. It couldn't actually get into gender identity. So Kenya included intersex as a response category for sex in the national census. And that is all. There is nothing beyond that. And that's actually the first of its kind in Africa. I was speaking with, chatting with Jack yesterday, and he gave me very wonderful information that the numbers were very small at the end of the day. Because the census is in now, and he's just looking at the data. And it's actually very difficult if you wanted to cross-out that with any other variable.
I sort of remember that on literally a day or two before the census started, they changed intersex to other. In the or in the tables that I ran for you, is it labeled intersex or other, or it's not there?
Isabella, can we please let Chima end his presentation, because we're going to many discussions. I know it's very passionate, but just please.
Okay. So unless that was changed, but I know that this was what I was approved for the Kenya. And then for South Africa, it's already giving you what is happening in South Africa. There is some debate raging. I think some LGBT groups refuse to participate in this thing. There's a whole movement, a whole controversy raging around it. And I'm happy that you said that I think in the next one, next iteration of this thing, that might be, they're not just asking for the inclusion of intersex, from what I read about that debate. They're actually asking for a more elaboration on the whole question of gender. And that may be the first of its kind. But it struck me that South Africa, with its progressive laws, right, had not done this before now. It's not ununderstandable, but it just shows you difficulties around doing this. And if you end up like Kenya with 1% of the population saying this, or 0.02% of the people saying this, what does that mean at the end of the day? But there are also other global efforts that are important if we want to begin to think about how to include that in our study. I know that the European Economic Commission of Europe in 2016 developed, a fairly strong measure of gender identity. It's not just gender identity, we're also looking at sexual orientation. Now, one thing that struck me with this process was that they reviewed around 20 different tools and measurement in different countries, then developed a short list of questions from those tools, and then tested them further through FGDs and cognitive interviewing with both trans and non-trans people, and then piloted the question to an online survey, and then selected 4 questions finally that can be used as key measures for gender identity. And these are the 4 questions. You start with birth sex, then you go with gender identity, then you see which of the following describes how you think of yourself in terms of gender, of course. Male, female, remember, this is the Economic Commission of Europe. And then it goes to that, and then it also includes a focus on gender reassignment, and then stages in gender reassignment process. I just included these ones to show you that once you begin measuring these things, there might be no end inside, because other things will begin to emerge and you continue to measure them in that process. So this is what the Economic Commission of Europe approved as something usable in their own context. Now, in the US, there are lots of gender identity surveys. 6 US federal surveys currently feature these questions. 6 of them. These are federal surveys. But there are also other smaller surveys that people do in universities that will have lots of questions that are relevant. The PATH study, these are longitudinal studies that run over, that have been going on for quite a number of years and all that. And these are all of them. This one happens in the context of care. So I think for everybody who takes up a federal medical insurance something, you participate in this, in that process. But these are all surveys that have good questions that can be used in terms of measuring gender identity. These are just examples of this from the past, for instance. It starts with some people describe themselves as transgender when they experience a different whatever. Do you consider yourself to be transgender? Once you say no, Once you say no, remember, you are something else. So their entry point is transgender. That's also another way to think about it. And then, if you consider yourself to be male to female, transgender, whatever, sorry. So this is, if our answer is up there, then this next question follows. That is just how they try to measure it. There are some, people have also looked at the validity of some of these questions, how well they perform in the field and all that. And these are some of the things that those of us who want to measure them, or who want to measure some of these things, can think about in terms of using them. This is the HCPS. Starts with, what is the agenda? And then it lists all of this. And then in this interview, questions will appear based on gender, because this occurs in the context of healthcare. Since this is a study collected, can you tell us your biological sex at birth? So sex at birth becomes the second one after they have asked you about what you think you are currently. People have critiqued all of them. They all have advantages. They have limitations. It's for people to choose what works for them. Just an example from these two. And then remember, this is the US, so they have this notion of original birth certificate. In some places in Africa, we don't have that. So it also means that some of these will have to be domesticated, I hope you know, for it to work. But at least these are also questions that we can think about. I don't want to read all of them. Now, but this is also another group. It's not a US federal survey. But I find it very interesting because of the way it poses its own question. What sex were you assigned at birth? Meaning the sex showing on your religious birth certificate with options of either male or female. Then it says, sorry, with options. So it says male or female. Those are the options. But it goes further to say, what's your gender identity? Please select all that apply. Response category, man, woman. I think this now begins to capture the point that she was making. Trans male, trans man, trans female. Ask yourself this question. If you're going to do this in Zulu language, what does trans man mean? You see what I'm saying? What does trans? So these things also have implications in terms of language. And some languages in Africa are very developed. Others are not that developed. They've not appropriated some of these concepts. It also means that there is need to work on the language of these interviews for them to be useful. You know, so, but are there efforts out there that we can begin to think about? There are. But there are also other useful resources and guides. So it's not that these are the advanced countries or developed countries or so-called the global north. This first one that you've got here is from India. So India has actually done something very similar in terms of measuring gender identity. It's called the IBBS. I think it was first rolled out in 2014. And it was able to capture transgender Hijra group, you know, of people. It's something that we can look at to be able to see the kind of question that we are asked, to be able to use it, if we want to include that in our study. There's also something that happened in Nepal. I was trying to look that up, but the focus was on gender identity and sexual minorities in the country. It was a national study, national survey, you know, trying to look at gender identities, particularly among sexual minorities. And then there is also the World Bank study on sexual orientation and gender identity, which was pioneered in Serbia. That tool is there. It's also something that can be domesticated. The questions are not going to be too different from what I have showed you from the other these things. It could be the way they've asked them. And for me, the elaborate effort made to domesticate the question to suit local reality. I think that is where the magic lies in some of this. But in Africa, what I know is that there are missed opportunities in terms of measuring gender identity on the continent. We have national surveys, we roll them out all the time. Some of them could be HIV, some of them could be on youth, some of them could be on employment, on whatever it is. There might be spaces in those surveys to begin to think more critically about gender identity. National censuses, Kenya has started doing something on that. We hope that in the future other countries will follow suit, and maybe more useful questions around gender identity will be incorporated. Like we've just said, it can actually be just 2 questions to begin with that will lay the basis for future surveys. HIV surveys have been going on in many of our countries for the past 10, 15 years or more. And the gender identity had never featured in some of those studies until very recently in Kenya and in South Africa. That's a place to think about. People go to health services all the time. We collect questions on, we don't even ask them questions about their gender. We see them as a man, we think about ourselves. We don't ask them, and that becomes the basis for analyzing who they are in terms of gender. But health service surveys are very key, very strong entry points to begin to collect this. And they happen in many African countries as we speak. There are also violence surveys. Surveys on violence, on children, on adults, on women, on men, that happen in quite a number of our countries. And those provide strong entry points to begin to collect data on some of this. For me, one of the greatest missed opportunities was the images study. You know about the images study, the GEM study, the equitable gender study thing that was rolled out in about 4 or 5 countries. And my organization was involved in developing that too. Now, when I look back at it, say, how come we missed that opportunity to just include 1 or 2 questions, actually. Although it focused on men primarily, but it could also be the basis to begin to at least, there are some data that can be usable on this in different countries. It covered Rwanda, it covered Kenya, it covered some countries in India, and a couple of other I think Western European countries. It could have been a basis for generating this at some global, national level, but he never did. So these are all missed opportunities that I see on the continent. So we might be so eager to capture this, so eager to measure it, but it's not that easy. I think for me the most important, all of them are important, but I hear every day and I read every day, and it pains me that people are dying of starvation in Somalia here, in Sudan. There is war happening in all these other places. Why will I waste my time and be thinking about gender identity in that kind of place? You know, there is drought, there is famine, there is food crisis, there is war. In the way we think, the way investment goes, you know, we have to prioritize. We don't have all the resources to do all the things we want. Why would somebody invest in capturing that data and studying it in a context where you can just take the money and make sure that one child gets education and another child is free from starvation? So those are, and then another woman is saved from maternal mortality. These are the priorities that we all have to deal with in our everyday life. South Africa is in a different place. It's got the luxury. You got the luxury of some stability, luxury of being quite very advanced, you know, and all that. So it can begin to push the needle on some of these things. But now I'm thinking of my near neighbor, my close neighbor, Mali. This country has not known peace, although it used to be the richest country on earth at some point in time, and there's evidence on that. It's now one of the most, just like my own country, the scariest place to live. And you tell them, we want to understand gender identity in this country. It doesn't make no sense to anybody. We're thinking of peace before we can think about this. This is some of the priorities we have to deal with. I don't want to. And then the big question of language, the translation, issue of translation. What does trans man mean to the woman in my village or the man in my village? You know, and the only language, the only book, the only translation of their language that they have seen is the Bible. At least I know that in my village. That's the only thing that they have seen. You know, So where do you begin to do that? That's the only thing that you have seen. Where do you begin to think about gender queer? What does that mean? How do I describe it to somebody in my place? These are big questions that the statisticians will have to answer as you move to include that in the next census in their country. And then the politics of data. I hope you know these things have political implications, very big political implications. By the time you show that this is what is happening in this country, it also means investment will have to go into providing resources for such people, and then dealing with other forms of inequities that exist in the country or in that context. Data is not just data. There is politics around it. It can be used in different ways for all kinds of purposes. So then homophobia. I think you spoke to that point. Once you begin to think about gender identity, people's mind go to certain things. Oh, you want us to know how many people are this way or that way in our country. We are, in this country, a religious country. We are this way, this is how we do it, but these things we know. So they all have implications about, I don't know how much time people wasted debating on the inclusion of intersex in that tool. I don't know how much it would have been a long debate with different people pushing and making, all kinds of noise for something as simple as that to be included in a simple census tool. But that is where we are as a country. Just imagine that you walk to, which foundation would I think about now? You walk to one of these big foundations. The USAID is, let me use the USAID. I don't know if there's anybody here and say, hey, I want to come and do this in Africa, I want to study this. And they're telling you, look, Kenya has to get it right. We are investing money in stopping corruption in Nigeria this year. So this is not our priority. We are investing money in bringing peace and making sure that Kenya's electoral process is clean. That's not our priority. So funders also have their own priorities. They're going to put money in things that benefit them ultimately. These things are not value free, we know. So if you're looking for money to do this, you have to look carefully. So, for me, it's a big gap in terms of the data. It's not there, and it has to be done. And the resources also have to be, we have to convince people to generate the resources and give them to us. But by the time I don't see them as things that people want to put money immediately in. So what next for gender identity measurement in Africa? I don't have the answer. And it's on that note. Sometimes when you finish speaking, you don't need to say whether you say ladies and gentlemen. After you've spoken so much on gender identity, you don't know what to say. But you just say, what next for gender identity? Humans, people. It's on this note that I want to end my talk, and then we can open it up for discussion. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Chima. I'm going to take over in French. I think you... Je pense que tu as vraiment... C'est une discussion nécessaire que tu as... Enfin, que tu lances là. Et qui... Alors, tu poses la question de comment mesurer l'identité de genre dans notre continent et en fait tu as soulevé les défis. Je pense que les défis vraiment, que ce soit en termes de conceptualisation, en termes de définition, mais de mise en œuvre, parce que je pense que beaucoup de questions qui se sont posées ici, c'était par rapport à comment faire, pas seulement en termes de comment construire les modalités pour aller sur le terrain, mais comment faire même par rapport à nos contextes où c'est pas seulement la question de l'identité de genre, je voudrais même dire, c'est la question même des études sur le genre. Je pense que hier, dans les discussions, ça a commencé à émerger sur les difficultés dans certains de nos contextes de même parler des questions de genre. Donc je pense que ta présentation nous ramène vraiment à tout ça, à rediscuter de tout ça. Je ne vais pas être très longue, moi-même j'ai beaucoup de questions, mais je pense que dans la salle, on l'a vu avec les multiples questions pendant la présentation. Je pense que, bon, les gens, il y a beaucoup de questions qui vont venir et je pense qu'on peut commencer la discussion. Shema.
Merci vraiment pour cette présentation. Ma question est surtout pour l'Afrique du Nord, par exemple en fait, et pour des raisons religieuses. Je pense que ce type de questions ne peuvent pas être intégrées dans les enquêtes ou bien les recensements, oui, malheureusement. Donc ma question, est-ce qu'il y a des mesures soi-disant indirectes pour identifier ou bien mesurer l'identité de genre? Ma deuxième question, je voulais savoir comment peut-on prendre en considération l'identité de genre dans l'évaluation des ODD. Voilà, merci. Et la deuxième question, comment peut-on prendre en considération l'identité de genre dans l'évaluation des ODD? Je voulais savoir comment peut-on faire le lien.
Okay, so, you know, I will start with the SDGs, and I'm happy that I've got an SDG expert in the room to help me. You know, I could pull up something here on some work we did on the SDGs and the LGBT persons. And it was actually a 3-country study in Uganda, in Nigeria, and then in Togo. And we know that the SDGs do not mention, there was a whole debate around just mentioning sexual minorities specifically, even just using the word sexual minority, not even LGBT, you know. But that was, and that has become a problem. Because in Mali, in Togo, they will tell you there's a reason why the SDGs did not mention. There's a reason why they did not mention it. You see? And they say that's because the SDGs do not recognize them as people for inclusion. So, but initially, when the debates, when the discussions were being, when the initial discussions were being held, it was about just call these people marginalized people. So there will be room for inclusion for all of them. But now the narrative has changed. That there is a reason why they were not mentioned. It was because they don't want them included. So I don't think the SDGs have what I call a dark spot in the SDGs. For me, it remains an omission because countries are now using it to create all kinds of argument. If you go to Uganda, they will tell you, if anybody has benefited from the SDGs, it is LGBT people. So the debates are just up and down there. But it's a dark spot. I don't have a clear answer to that. Yeah, and the SDGs cannot really force. You can look up our paper on that. And somebody said the SDGs are not God. It's already published. The SDGs are not God. That was what somebody told us in I think in Mali, in Togo. The SDGs are not God. The SDGs cannot come and take the role of God in their own country. So think about that. So I've not thought about, that's a very important question. I have not thought about it. The question you raised about indirect measures, I think it's something that we need to think about. This is where people like Jack, who's worked a lot on some of these surveys, can also be quite useful, and statisticians can also be quite useful. Are there indirect measures for this in context where it is difficult to generate such data? I've not thought about that. I've not seen any example of that, so I have to admit my ignorance on that question. But I don't think it's something that is not doable. I think it's doable. I think it's doable. It's something that we can think about for those kind of very difficult content. We think they're difficult. Yeah, I don't have a good answer to that.
merci. En fait, je me demande même après la question de schéma, plutôt que de penser à comment mesurer ça directement, est-ce qu'on ne devrait pas réfléchir à un outil de mesure indirecte? Nous-mêmes, on vient de finir une enquête la semaine dernière où on travaillait avec un institut, avec des collègues des États-Unis. Et une discussion qu'on a eue qui a retardé l'enquête, c'était justement sur la capture de la partie où on a sexe de l'enquêté. Puisqu'ils nous ont demandé ils nous demandaient donc de mettre sexe masculin, féminin, non identifié, et je refuse de répondre. On a discuté avec eux et on leur a dit que dans le contexte actuel, ce n'était même pas possible qu'on puisse mettre ce genre de questions dans un questionnaire qui sortait de notre institution parce que ça allait mettre en danger la vie même des chercheurs, la vie des chercheurs. C'est-à-dire qu'un tel questionnaire sort, c'était carrément mettre en danger notre institut. Voilà, premièrement. Et les enquêteurs eux-mêmes, quand on a parlé avec eux, ils ont ri. Ils ont ri. Tu vas arriver dans un village et puis tu vas demander à une dame, un monsieur, de quel sexe vous êtes. Et il y en a qui ont dit, mais on va me gifler. On va me gifler. Parce que lui demander s'il est un homme ou une femme, c'est le gifler. Sans compter justement les questions qui ont été soulevées sur comment traduire même cette question-là en moré et tout ça. C'est quoi non-binaire? Ça veut dire quoi même dans la tête de quelqu'un de lui demander qu'il est non-binaire? Donc je voulais juste, voilà. Je sais pas. Isaac? Oui, Isaac et après professeur.
Okay, thank you. Sincerely, I think one of the major challenges I see with collecting data on gender identity is that within our context, we criminalize it. For instance, in Ghana, where Sylvia talked about a proposed bill, this proposed bill will criminalize you if you identify yourself even as an intersex. Advocacy and support groups will be criminalized and will be jailed for 5 years. And these are things that are, in Parliament, a lot of discussions ongoing. Now, with a presentation, what I realized is that with all these studies were among the key populations, that's the LGBTQ+. So it's more like, in terms of gender identity measurements, we try to put them all in LGBTQ+ studies, but not a general population study. Just as you mentioned, if you had to go to, I'm looking at Ghana, if you had to go to maybe a rural area, an urban center, yes, and to ask someone, are you a male or a female? Probably a person might slap you or may alert other people that, hey, look, these guys are in town and you are in danger if you do that kind of thing. But I think that the advocacy should go on whilst we do this type of study among the key population, so that until the general population accepts gender identity, taking data from them will be very difficult, especially in situations where now we are trying to criminalize even gender identity within our context. So I think the advocacy can go on whilst we try to collect data among the key populations. Okay, other than that, using the general is going to be, I can't imagine this happening even in Ghana. I do a lot of studies among key populations, and key populations are very assertive about their gender identity. But the general population, no. So why don't we focus more on the on the key population, while we still continue with the advocacy for people to do understand and appreciate people's identity. Thank you.
Chima, before you answer, I would have liked to ask Isaac, who does he call key population and then general population. I mean, just like the way he puts it, it's just like, you know, the key population are not part of the general population. Why I'm asking this is just that, well, I will say I will talk in French, right? Juste, ça me fait penser à l'idée que cette discussion même en fait pose la question du fait qu'on accepte même que les gens puissent penser à eux de manière, puissent avoir le droit de penser à leur identité, de se définir même. Est-ce que socialement même, est-ce qu'on peut y arriver? Donc quand on parle de key population, general population, est-ce que les gens même ont ce droit-là? C'était en fait...
Which is a concept of key population and all that, you know. I have problems with defining people as key population and all that, because you're also trying to, you're actually in that process. I understand why the WHO, UNFPA, and other groups will define it. It's very important for investment, but it also creates a stigma around people. You know, most at-risk populations and all those kind of concepts, LGBT people, men who have sex with men, you know, all those definitions, they are good for investment, but they create problems for people who actually, whose lived experiences revolve around those kind of concepts. So let's be careful how we use it. But in this room, I understand where you're going. You know, we can stay in this room and say, it is impossible to do this, impossible to do that. But that's the only place where we can, that's the only place where we can actually, it's only when we do this that we can actually begin to map what we mean by gender, If not, we'll go back to this binary of this and that, and we don't know what is driving some of these things that we are interested in. We used to think that in Africa, it's impossible to do research on LGBT people. When you walk into the community and ask people, people will tell you, but that is this guy, we know him. Nobody has killed him. Nobody has beaten him up. The things driving homophobia on the continent are slightly different from the things we see when we talk to people. Let's also be careful. Let's think about those things when we go into the faith. I don't think it's impossible to do, but I think we need to work on the language and the approach and the interviewing skills. Yeah, you understand? I'm thinking about the safety of both the interviewers and the interviewee. Very, very important. I will not encourage anybody to just jump into the field and begin to study some of these things in some very hot context. It's not going to happen. We need to get to prepare the process, the research process, to be able to deal with that. So this is one of the papers I was just trying to tell you about the SDGs and what they mean actually for the people that we think they were supposed to save. It's a big problem on the continent. People say the SDGs are not constitution, they are not God. It's a big problem for the region. So you can put that down. You know, sometimes we come here, we also want to celebrate ourselves, isn't it? So that is that. So I would, but again, don't expect me to have all the answers here, because we don't even have the studies that have been done on this. And the point you made is very important. The few studies we have are done in that population. So we don't even know how they will perform, these tools will perform outside the population that we consider as key. We don't know. And until we get there, it will be difficult to, I would encourage us not to experiment out of fear. I also encourage not to be scared to experiment. But I think that is something we are going to get that's very important for the continent when we begin to understand gender identity as it plays out in people's real lives on a daily basis. Yeah.
Yes, we will take a last question from Jacques, and then we will end this session.
Oui, merci. Je vais faire part de quelques réflexions que m'a inspiré la présentation très intéressante, et des réflexions en mettant ma casquette de statisticien d'enquête. Tout d'abord, je voudrais rappeler les résultats du recensement de la population de 2019 du Kenya. pour lequel le questionnaire a prévu, pour la variable sexe, 3 réponses. Male, female, other. Et dans la publication des résultats, cet other est devenu intersex. Donc on peut se poser la question de la signification de cette statistique. D'abord parce que, alors je vous donne le résultat global, donc sur une population de 47 500 000 et quelques, le chiffre pour intersex est de 1518, dont le tiers pour les moins de 15 ans. Alors maintenant, je me mets dans la peau de l'agent recenseur sur le terrain. D'abord, dans les enquêtes auprès des ménages, et le recensement de la population est une enquête auprès des ménages, le questionnaire consiste souvent, ou débute par un listing des membres du ménage. Donc l'enquêteur dresse la liste de tous les membres du ménage, leur prénom, leur nom, et ensuite, pour chaque ligne, il va développer toutes les questions qui sont en colonne. Souvent, c'est le chef de ménage ou la personne habilitée à répondre à l'enquêteur qui va répondre à la place de chaque membre, pour chaque membre, pour toutes les questions auxquelles il est capable de répondre. Donc, en fait, la question sur le sexe, souvent elle n'est pas posée, parce que l'enquêteur voit le sexe. Donc c'est lui qui va assigner le sexe. Il ne va même pas poser la question, parce que ça pourrait être impoli. Monsieur, vous me répondez, voilà, vous m'avez dit votre nom, quel est votre sexe? Il risque de se fâcher, la personne. Donc souvent, c'est une question qui n'est pas posée. Ensuite, elle peut être répondue par, enfin, il y est donné une réponse par ce qu'on appelle un proxy répondant, c'est-à-dire la personne qui répond pour les autres, le chef de ménage ou toute autre personne. Ensuite, l'enquêteur ne va pas proposer les réponses. Est-ce que vous êtes male, female, autre? Il va attendre la réponse. Mais une autre manière de poser la question, c'est de citer toutes les possibilités. Donc ça dépend des instructions qui ont été données aux enquêteurs. Mais dans le cas d'un recensement de population, il est clair que il ne cite pas toutes les occurrences, hein, il attend la réponse. Et alors, concernant les difficultés pour la question intersexe et tous ces développements, dans les pays où c'est criminalisé, bien, ça me fait penser aux questions sur l'informel. L'informel, souvent, est considéré comme illégal. Donc on ne pose jamais la question directement, êtes-vous informel? Ce sont des critères objectifs qui vont permettre de définir l'informalité. Donc là j'abonde dans le sens des questions indirectes pour mesurer ce phénomène. Et oui, et donc ça me fait penser à un autre point que je voudrais soulever, c'est l'influence que joue l'enquêteur dans les réponses à une enquête. Pourquoi, par exemple, les taux d'activité féminin sont si faibles en Afrique du Nord ou dans d'autres pays africains? C'est parce que souvent, bien que les questionnaires essayent de définir toutes les possibilités de faire rentrer la personne dans ce qu'on appelle une activité économique, eh bien l'enquêteur va transférer dans la façon dont il va poser la question l'idée qu'il se fait de la société et de la position de la femme dans la société, par exemple. Et donc, si la réponse immédiate est je ne travaille pas, je suis au foyer », il va considérer que c'est ça la bonne réponse. Il ne va pas chercher à creuser. Donc, ce sont des questions comme celle-là que m'inspirent un petit peu les réflexions de ce matin. Merci. Oui, un dernier point. Le fait de rajouter cette troisième possibilité, ça n'a aucun coût dans un recensement. Ce n'est pas une question supplémentaire. C'est une occurrence supplémentaire dans les réponses. Donc ça n'a aucun coût. Le coût, il est plutôt dans la publication parce que ça va augmenter d'1 tiers le volume de papier des publications parce que tous les tableaux par sexe vont avoir une troisième entrée. Et une troisième entrée pour des chiffres extrêmement faibles. Et un dernier point aussi pour le Kenya, other, qu'est-ce que ça signifie? Ça peut signifier finalement que la personne n'a pas répondu, que ça ne peut pas être ne sait pas, puisqu'on sait forcément le sexe. La personne qui répond l'assigne de toute façon. Donc c'est très difficile à interpréter. Et d'autant plus que, comme je l'ai dit, un tiers des réponses concernent les moins de 15 ans qui, en général, ne sont pas interviewés directement dans ce type d'enquête. C'est quelqu'un qui répond forcément à leur place. Voilà. Merci.
Merci. Non, je pense que Ousmane veut dire quelque chose dans la suite de Jacques par rapport à ça.
Merci beaucoup. Ce que Jacques a dit me fait rappeler un dossier qui était publié dans le journal Nation du Kenya, que j'avais lu avec intérêt. Ça renvoie à la question de l'hermaphrodite. C'est bon le bon hermaphrodite. Au Kenya, je pense que cette question d'hermaphrodite a été mise sur la table. Et à un moment donné, je pense qu'il y avait une tradition de tuer les bébés qui naissaient avec des signes d'hermaphrodite. Et il donnait le mécanisme par lequel on tuait ces bébés, qui était un petit peu affreux, où l'accoucheuse écrasait une pomme de terre sur la tête, sur le crâne du nouveau-né. Et certaines personnes ont survécu. Et il y avait des témoignages de personnes assez matures qui ont assumé leur identité d'intersexe. C'est pourquoi le nom, pourquoi on a pris l'intersexe, m'a un petit peu critiqué. Et je pense qu'il y a eu maintenant une acceptation au niveau de la société kenyane, au niveau au moins administratif, de reconnaître cette identité d'hermaphrodite. Et je pense que le concept que j'avais lu dans le journal Nation, c'était intersexe. C'est pourquoi je me suis dit, est-ce que quand on a publié les résultats, c'est pas ça qui a poussé à mettre OSE comme intersexe? D'autant plus que maintenant, l'état civil kenyan, je pense que la loi, ou bien par un décret ou une loi, a accepté que ces gens-là qui ont qui sont de type hermaphrodite peuvent assumer leur identité sexuelle par rapport à ça. Je ne dis pas que c'est ça, mais ça m'a fait penser à ça. Merci.
La publication dit bien intersexe. C'est le questionnaire qui dit other.
D'accord. So Chima, maybe you will conclude, or I don't know.
So, you see, I have come back to my seat.
Yeah.
I've left the high table. So thanks, fellow humans. Yeah, and you can see the debate continues.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was très bien, great. Donc, on va prendre la pause café et on va revenir. Merci beaucoup.
So we break and have tea in the least time possible, then we come back for the next session. Hello everyone, how are you? Those who are still outside, please come in so that we can start the next session. In about 1 minute, everyone who is outside, please join us for the next session. As we start in about 1 minute, the next speaker is ready and the presentation is ready. So we are waiting for you to join us in about 1 minute. Yes, I will penalize all of you for not clapping for me. Thank you so much, Anthony, for remembering me. You smile first, then you clap. Yes, you see, if you clap without smiling, then it's not as deep as. Yes. Also, for you, you're smiling from within and clapping from outside. Okay, that's very mean. That's so mean of you. It's so mean. I want to see the smile on the face before you clap. You get? Okay, so we can practice now as we prepare for the next speaker. We can practice smiling and clapping as we prepare for the next speaker. Hi, Isabella. Are you okay? You're good? Okay, this place is so cold? Okay. Sorry. But Chima doesn't realize any cold. Hi, Michelle. Hi, Michelle. How are you? You're good? I didn't know it's that cold. Last month was colder in Nairobi. Okay, so this is just bad weather for you. Don't worry, all of us are warm enough to keep each other warm, okay? So don't worry about it. Okay, Michelle, I remember we still have to dance at some point. I remember, I will look for music. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second session for today that will be presented by Mr. Soli Mulai, the Chief Director, Social Statistics South Africa, in the town of Pretoria. Welcome, Soli. Because you initiated the clapping, you have to wait for them to clap first, then you come. Okay, so let's do it. We cannot be mean to the speaker. All right, welcome, Soli.
Morning. I hope I'm audible enough. Okay. Morning. You probably, this first slide is giving it away that I'm a statistician. So there's going to be a lot of numbers that have been thrown. I think my first, just to introduce you to South Africa through numbers. So for the next few slides, I'm just going to give you a sense of South Africa through statistics. This is our population estimate. As I've mentioned that we done a census, we are busy with the census data, but annually we do a mid-year estimate. If you break that number into male and female, 51.1% and 48.9% male. We've got 9 provinces. Majority of the population is sitting at the 3 provinces. Gauteng, this is where Johannesburg and Pretoria, where I'm coming from. KZN, Durban, that's our major city. and Western Cape. That's where the city of Cape Town is. And we've got the other 9 provinces. So almost 57.5% of our population are residing in those 3 provinces. This is the journey, colleagues, just to introduce you to South Africa through numbers. Just to try to understand this 60.6 million, if you look at what is the main driver of population growth, we are demographers, isn't it? This is exciting. These are the numbers that you normally birth are the main drivers for population growth in South Africa. This is the famous slide that most demographers will like to present. You could see our population parameter, where we are, as we are a very youthful country. I think some of us, we have already passed that age gap. Yesterday, we've released this unemployment rate, and we are sitting at 33.9% in terms of unemployment rate. This is our labor force for Q2. Just 2 indicators from labor force: the labor force participation rate, the observation rate. And I think, Doc, you can actually explain why we're having this huge gap between the two, 19.9 points difference. Just quickly go through what we call it the social grants. This is indicators that we've been tracking over almost 10 years. If you look at it from 2003 up until 2021, what is very interesting is during the COVID, government introduced the new social relief on distress grants, around 350 individual, 300 rand, that was the amount that individuals were getting. And you see that during that period, whether you look at it from the household or from the individual, there was a peak in terms of access to social grant. If you do a comparison before, when you're excluding the SRD grant, and when you're including it, and then when you compare it with pre-COVID-19, then you can see that the numbers are shooting up. So the social relief grant had an impact in terms of it's a safety net for most of the household. As you know, that the impact of COVID-19 in terms of their household income. So the results are actually showing us that government, by introducing the SRD, they actually have increased the number of individuals and households that are having access to social grant. Last slide. When you overlay social grant with what we call it the vulnerability to hunger, we've seen that it actually decreases over time. As this increase, this decrease. And the profile mostly of receiving social grant mostly are female, because social grant, if you have a child, you're also receiving a social grant as a beneficiary for a child. Now we can start with the presentation. Morning again, colleagues. That is South Africa in a flash. Okay? You know the numbers. You understand the population. You can break it down by male and female. You know our unemployment, where we are sitting. Colleagues, our presentation will go through these 5 points. Just a quick background, the impact of COVID, the progress achieved, and the work that we are doing as an NSO. Do we have any colleague coming from the National Statistical Agency? Oh, yes. You're coming from which country? Senegal. Oh, okay. And we'll talk about the gaps. In the morning, we discussed the issue of concepts and definition. Isabel yesterday spoke about concept and definitions. These are very important for statisticians because we have to measure exactly the same way. Okay? And I think Isabel shared already some of this in concept and definitions. You know, what do you mean by gender statistics? What do you mean by a gender indicator? And just to define the gender statistics, there's some of the following characteristics. You can represent it by sex. Gender, it should have data should reflect the gender issues, concept and definitions, which I think we spoke about it yesterday. They must reflect the diversity of women and men. Data collection methods that take into account stereotypes and social and cultural factors. I think in the morning we spoke about gender identity. Difficult concept to measure. Very difficult to measure, very complex. For us, as you've mentioned in the morning, as South Africa, there's a debate around it. How do you measure it? How do you standardize it? You know, field workers should be able to understand it the same way. If you are in a rural area, whether you are in an urban area. Then how do you compare them across the countries? Difficult, very difficult. How do you standardize it? Because at the end of the day, as researchers here, we want to share data, isn't it? We want to compare. When we come to conferences, we want to present. So if we are not measuring the same thing, we spoke about the proxy. You know, when you get into a household, it's quite costly. I think my colleague from Ghana yesterday mentioned that a survey is a resource-driven. And I think resource you were probably referring to finance and human. It's very difficult. So throughout the presentation, I'm going to also share with you how difficult it is NSOs with dealing with some of these issues. I think that yesterday some of the speakers mentioned that the NSOs, their work is to go and conduct the surveys, present the results. And then you have to worry about the next program. So I will touch on it and explain. An indicator, gender indicators, serve to measure and compare. Measure and compare. I think Isabel showed us a slide across countries. South Africa also. Unfortunately, Isabel, we are struggling to measure some of these indicators from the SDGs. Very difficult. Okay. Intersectionality. I think Isabel spoke about this. It's not only about solely as a male, but the location, some of the sexuality that we spoke about. How do you break down this in a survey? Okay. Gender gaps relating to gender-specific information can occur for a number of reasons. And I think we know if you don't have information, what are the, negative effects of this. Let's make an example of barriers to birth registration. I mean, later, unfortunately, the child won't have access to healthcare, education, and other services. And this can also happen in the survey itself. Are often male biased, and their design and implementation, and they do not capture women's perspective, needs, and challenges and economic value. Tomorrow, we have a session around violence against women. I will also explain how we have dealt with some of these issues from the survey point of view. Difficult issues, but they need to be done. I think the previous speakers have captured some of these slides. I'm not going to spend much of a time on it. If you read the report that was prepared for Secretary General in terms of the progress, I think Isabella have already mentioned that we have a challenge around the SDG 5. And I think this code actually sums it up to say there is simply no way that the world can achieve the 17 SDGs without also achieving gender equality and empowerment of women and girls. So as demographers, I think this is also our responsibilities. So today I'm wearing two caps, as a statistician and also I'm a demographer. So my colleague, Diego, probably you know him. He's a demographer, so he's my neighbor, office. So he always come and educate me around issues of demography. And yeah, we always have some very interesting discussions around issues of demography. Okay. Pandemic. And I'm using COVID-19 as an example. There's a lot of pandemics. I mean, now we're having monkeypox. And if you bring it back into the context that Africa, what is the impact of it? So, unfortunately, if you read this document that was prepared by UN Women, which I will encourage colleagues to read, it actually shows that pre-existing gender inequality, and unfortunately, the pandemic may have created new challenges. The survey is already showing us that. And tomorrow, when we're talking about violence, I will also demonstrate that. And already, statistics and imaging evidence shows that COVID-19, unfortunately, it will reverse some of the gains in gender equality and empowerment of women. And some of the statistics that are coming from the same report said by 2021, there were still 9.7 million few jobs for women compared to 10.2 few for men. And in 2020, women did 29% more childcare per week than men. 7 in 10 women say they think that verbally or physical abuse by partners become more common. Sharing space. For almost 3 months, we had a hard lockdown. Our first case was the 16th of March. I remember it very well because we were responsible for conducting a survey. And those who are involved in surveys, they will know that when you're having a period, especially the last 2 weeks, of your survey period is a very important week because that's where you're doing what you call it a mop-up. So you go to all the households and you try to close all, the outstanding dwelling units. And we got an email to say, stop fieldwork. And when I look at the numbers, we had around 5,000 DUs that we were supposed to visit. Have to call off the field workers and the logistic to bring back all the equipment. A nightmare. The same day, the president greets us around 8 o'clock in the evening and say, kindly note that you are under lockdown. We didn't close that survey. Field workers were still having cars. Field workers were still having equipment. Fortunately, it was a digital survey. So you can imagine if it was a paper survey with questionnaires that needs to be retrieved. Okay? I will explain how it had an impact on NSOs. In terms of the data collection, it had an immediate effect on the statistical system, and unfortunately in terms of the quality and the volume. NSOs have not been exempted from this massive disruption caused by COVID. And the third bullet is still a challenge. That's why I've written it that way. It's not COVID was, is. still a disrupting operation and planning and challenging the standard data collection methods. Most of the NSOs, especially in Africa, we're still relying on face-to-face. We have to come to your house and knock. Another challenge is response rates. Quite difficult. Come to your house, request 2 minutes. And we know it's not 2 minutes. We always say, it's not going to take 10 minutes of time, but we know it's not. Difficult to do surveys, especially during this time. And while NSOs are dealing with this, there's an increased demand for reliable and timeless statistics. So how do we balance this? You need to go to the household, you need to go and get information. Data users are saying, solely. Think about gender identity. Think about this. Think about that. So if you have to sum up this in 2 ways, you can say you need to strengthen the availability of gender statistics in general, and at the same time, we still have to deal with a timeless and cost-effective way of data collection. Okay. I think there's a document that Isabel shared yesterday regarding the progress. This is just a summary to say, in the continent, we have done a lot of work, and thanks to UN Women, they've done a lot of work in terms of trying to move both regional and national levels in terms of gender statistics. I mean, there's a program around Women Count, Africa Program on Gender Statistics, the strengthened statistical coordination and integration of gender in national statistical system. I think these have done in quite a number of countries. The minimum set of gender indicators for Africa, and I think Kenya, if I understand, they are now monitoring of spending on gender equity was included as government processes. There's some of the progress, training. I think there's a lot of training is happening around gender statistics thanks to UN Women. There's now a roster of experts on gender statistics. So as demographers, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Already there's a roster. It's just for us to make sure that we are also part of that roster. I think yesterday there was a call that if you want to be trained, you could contact Isabel and also be part of that list. The gender index, I think there's a workshop that is coming in next month, if I'm not mistaken, that will demonstrate the index. Quite interesting. And as statisticians, we are worried about how do you standardize this concept. Okay. We have Africa Gender Index. Okay. Around 80% of the countries in the region have published at least one report on status of women and men. And I think this is the blending block on the work on gender statistics. You have received this report, colleagues. I've summed up some of the key, but there is a lot of progress that has been made. Let's bring it home. We have a dedicated directorate that works on gender and marginalized group statistics. What we have done is that we've tried to increase the coverage and uptake of gender statistics. And these are some of the highlights that I'll go to try quickly just to summarize. So if you look at our surveys, we have tried to include most of the sex variables, which you can find them in most of our surveys. In actual fact, all our surveys. We have a general public safety and justice survey that provides gender analysis on governance and gender-based violence-related indicators. And it also measures the perceptions around gender norms. As an NSO, we are responsible for SDG country report. We're doing it every 2 years. And the same unit that I've referred to, they, on an annual basis, they do have what we call it the thematic reports. And I think, Jack, you mentioned that the NSOs, they don't have time to mine the data itself. You know, for what we have done as an NSO, we do have a production area, which are the areas that are responsible for the surveys, and we've now have a dedicated unit that tries to mine into the data and try to produce some of these reports. So these are some of the reports. The one that we are busy currently, which will be released in next month, is around women and empowerment. We are also excited about that. Some of the specialized surveys, as you know that some of the surveys, the normal survey, your general household survey, your labor force surveys, it's very difficult to carry some of these modules. And I think we'll also have discussions around time use. And as let's say, it is also something that we are also having a challenge around it. So the last one was done in 2020, 2010, and the issues of finance to conduct time use in South Africa. Regionally, at least one survey has been conducted, and these are some of the countries: Tunisia, Ethiopia. If you look at the Western African countries, are using the data that was collected was used to calculate the gender demographic dividends, and I think these are some of the the important indicators that demographers are more interested in. Income and expenditure survey, which is also one of the specialized survey, which give you a sense of, you know, the income and expenditure that is happening in the household. There's a regular collection in status and elsewhere in the region in terms of this survey, which provide poverty and inequality. And in Kenya, they have attached a news module to their continuous. So this is actually supposed to go to the next slide. But in South Africa, what we have done is that we are running our next income and expenditure survey in October. The last one was done in 2015. We had to request 300 million to conduct this survey. I think in US dollars, it's around 17.5 million US dollars. From 2015, we've been requesting this finding from government. This survey, it informed our new basket for the CPI. It's a very important survey, but it took us long to get funding. The gender-based violence, I think most of the countries, the DHS, it is an important survey, and in South Africa it was done in 2016. And we have Human Rights Research Council that have done large surveys around this. This was done in 2022. We're hoping that by the end of this year they will publish their results. And I think in most of the countries in the region they have conducted at least the DHS with the JPV module during the past 10 years. And I think Kenya is currently collecting data on the same. These are other challenges in terms of conducting the survey. The resource, we spoke about it, the technical. I think that is the reason why UN is also providing training around this. And this further strengthens the significant gap in the gender data and have more impact on areas that are sensitive and the new and emerging areas where significant methodological work is necessary, especially around issues of gender and poverty. So let's use this morning example of gender identity. If you don't have financial resource and even the technical aspect, you are more likely to have a challenge in terms of introducing some of these areas and also trying to deal with some of these issues. Let's look at the numbers again. Examining gender issues through the lens of statistics. This is the survey that I was referring to, the Living Conditions Survey that was done in 2015. If you compare male and female from 2006 throughout this, you see that we're seeing a sort of a gap is narrowing. But we don't know. I think when we had a discussion around communication, you mentioned that we don't know. I mean, this is 2015. So the income and expenditure that is coming now, it will give us a sense whether the pink, it may go up or it may go down. Okay? But this is the latest that we have. The household without employed individual, if you break it down by sex, let's look at the national. Female, you see that 39.2% of the female-headed household in SA do not have any employed household members. When you compare it with the male counterpart. When you're looking at the QLFS with the quarterly labor force in terms of population group, and then you break it down by male and female, you see that the black African women are the most vulnerable with an unemployment rate of 39.3% in Q2 of 2002. This is a 3.8% points higher than the national average of women at 35.5%. So when you look at unemployment, the previous number that I've shown you, if you break it down, but then if you overlay it with the population group, now you can see your black African women. Okay. Female-headed households are significantly more prevalent in the rural areas. Remember, I showed you the picture of South Africa. I said 57.7% of our population are in the 3 provinces, which are metropolitan in nature. But if you're looking for female-headed household, majority will find them in the rural areas. If you look at the percentage of children living arrangement, so here we wanted to know whether you're living with the mother or both parents or the father, or you're not living with either both of them. Again, if you look at 1/3 of the children lived with both parents, while 43.4% lived with mothers only. What are some of the reasons why individuals aged 7 to 18 are not attending education institution? If you break it down by male and female, 13% of female indicated family commitment. So they had family commitment, they couldn't attend school, compared to 1%. The last one, if you look at driving licenses, you compare male and females. In 2020, around 40.1% of males indicate that they do have driving license, and only 21.8%. Okay. So in conclusion, I'm trying to conclude now, just to take you through into how we go about, trying to deal with the statistical production system. So there's an input, process, output, outcome, and an impact. And I think this is the area where the researchers are in terms of the impact. Our surveys, then we have the admin records. And then we do have sectoral statistics that are coming from different sectors. What we have done, as let us say, is that we've received a lot of, or there is a lot of frameworks that are happening. And for us to able to deal with these indicators, we tried to integrate them. We call it an integrated indicator framework. We took the SDGs, the Agenda 2063. We are a member of the BRICS. They do have their framework that also need to be tracked, some of the indicators. The SADC, they do have a framework. Our own national development plan, our own medium-term strategy framework. The provinces, they have their own strategies, and then at the local level, you do have the ADPs. All of these frameworks, they do have indicators. And I can tell you that 9 out of 10, they will go to the NSOs for NSOs to measure some of this. When you go through all these frameworks, some indicators are not written the same way, which is also another challenge. So if you overlay them over and try to get an understanding how you're going to, because remember, we said surveys is quite expensive. So you can't run a survey specifically for this, or only for that, or only for the SDGs. So we have to come with a creative way of dealing with what we have. Just to give you a sense of some of the surveys that we're using to try to close the gaps. So if you look at our integrated indicator framework, most of the surveys are coming from the social side. What needs to be done? Okay, we're moving towards the closure now. COVID-19 pandemic exposed NSO over-reliance on the face-to-face data collection and with the long turnaround times. We know we're conducting mostly our surveys are annual surveys. So we have to run it for the whole 2022 and then release the data the following year. It got its own implications. Because now you're talking about something that happened in 2022, but now you're in 2023. Difficulty to share light on situation in Africa context given these data collection challenges. After we've stopped our collection, 16th of March 2020, then the question was, what do we do as NSOs? We are under lockdown for 3 months. We can prepare our reports because we have data, but then after that, what do we do? Because we didn't know. We didn't know. We went for 3 months, hard lockdown, then we moved down to level 4 with some little bit of movement, but we couldn't resume fieldwork. So what happened to our survey program? Do we stop it? There's financial implications. Do we introduce a new way of collecting this? Have we tested it? What we have done is that we have introduced the online surveys. We've done the COVID-19 online surveys. It comes with its own challenges because it means that only those who've got access to online services, they will participate. It is a balancing act for NSOs. You have to maintain data quality and a little bit of continuity. Because remember, indicators, like I spoke about the definition, is about measuring and comparing. And you have to keep it a little bit longer so that you can be able to compare over time. But at the same time, you also have to be flexible. So in our case, we are trying to continuously developing on our production infrastructure in line with the latest development of technology. And I think here we are referring to how we design it, how we build it. And we are in the process of introducing what we call it a mixed mode data collection approach. Because we are already thinking about the next round of, if we have another pandemic, how are we going to do this? And even the current state, where some of the households, they don't want to open their houses. They say, here's my number, call me. And as statisticians, we know we're worried about the mode effect. The indicators that are coming from the telephonic interviews and the ones that are coming on the face-to-face in the same study. We are in the process of trying to reconceptualize and introduce what you call it a continuous population survey. Because this continuous population survey, it will help us to, instead of having 4 surveys, let's try and bring them into one and have a rotation of content. So we're trying to see if we can do it in a much more cost-effective way. It's difficult because now you are bringing other surveys into a one pot and trying to come up with a continuous population survey that it will be helping you to look at some of these indicators, especially at the lower level. And this will also assist you, especially between the census, because our census only happen after 10 years. In between, we're relying on the surveys. And then lastly, obviously, we have to move to admin data, and this will help us to improve and disaggregate some of these indicators. But we have to assess these external data sources because they come with their own challenges. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Soli, for this very thoughtful presentation. Okay, I will talk in French for the discussion. So, voilà, vous avez la parole. Oui, merci Isabelle.
Thank you, Soli, for your extensive description of the work that you're doing in StatsSA with regards to gender statistics, but also the general context of your data system. You mentioned that you are in the process of introducing mixed mode data collection. And I'm interested to know whether you need to change your questionnaires, for example, to use CAPI and also CAWI. What are the implications in practice that you found so far? Thank you.
Thanks, Isabel. So in 2020, as I said, we stopped the data collection, and now we have to resume. We have to resume in 2020. We stopped in 2019, so we have to resume in 2020. I'm confusing the years, it's 2020 or 2021. But anyway, the following year we had to resume the fieldwork. But we still have a challenge of COVID-19 because we still have COVID-19. What we have done, Isabel, is that we went to the previous sample, and because field workers, as they are collecting information, they are also collecting the contact details. So we started to build a telephonic sort of database. And we used that to resume our fieldwork. And the challenge that came with that is that now you can't keep someone for 20 minutes. Something must give in. And unfortunately, we had to reduce our questionnaire, which means that you can't track some of the indicators. But then the framework, the integrated framework, it was our Bible, if I may put it that way, to give us the directions. Whether do you sacrifice some of the international frameworks, the regional ones, the national ones, or even some of the indicators that are requested by specific sectors that are not in part of these frameworks. But I think to give you a short answer, Isabel, is that we had to reduce our questionnaire to 50%. Because of the time that you can't spend almost 20 minutes on the telephone. The online survey census, they went the 3 mode. It was a face-to-face, it was a telephonic and online. Online it works only at certain areas where they have access to. But again, it's a question of the definitions that we're using. One thing that we've picked up, especially in Western Cape, is that the household definition, the way statistician defining a household, the way somebody defining a household may be a family. So in the morning when they will say this field worker will go to a household and list all the household members. Now you are the one who's completing the questionnaire. Now you're listing all your family members. It's quite different. It's quite different. Because now you're listing everyone, including your uncle who's sitting at the back, who are not sharing meal with you. Because you are, according to your definition, is your family member. When we start calculating the number of households in South Africa, then it's got its own issues. Because now, the respondent have included the uncle. So Kawi's got its own challenges. Especially in Africa, where access to data, access to internet, especially in the rural areas. Kawi, you have to think about your questionnaire, shorten your questionnaire. Face-to-face, I think that's our main mode of collection for most, and I'm assuming even in Senegal, probably that's the main mode of collection. Because you are having a chance of sitting with someone, persuading someone, using your body language to try and persuade someone to participate on the surveys. But we have to change Isabel as an NSO because time are now, unfortunately, COVID has thrown us a curveball and we have to move quickly and adopt some of these modes. Thank you.
Merci. Et merci aussi d'avoir souligné la notion de temps, de la capacité de mobiliser les personnes que l'on va aller enquêter, dépendamment du mode d'administration du questionnaire. C'est vrai que quand on est en face à face, c'est un mode d'interaction. Au téléphone, c'est un autre mode d'interaction. Et la capacité même de garder les gens qu'on n'a pas vus, qui ne nous connaissent pas, qui ne savent pas qui on est, enfin beaucoup de choses. Et dont nous ne savons pas non plus dans quelle disposition ils sont, même en termes de tout ce qui concerne les aspects éthiques, hein, sur tout ce qui concerne la capacité pour eux-mêmes, parce que ça revient sur eux-mêmes maintenant de prendre les dispositions pour, par exemple, être dans un endroit où ce qu'ils vont dire va pouvoir être confidentiel, ne pas être entendu par quelqu'un d'autre. Et c'est pas évident que les personnes enquêtées elles-mêmes puissent avoir une notion suffisamment importante de ça pour savoir comment faire respecter ça. Je pose cette question-là parce que une des choses un des résultats et que vous avez montré dans la présentation sur ce que la Covid-19 a eu sur les femmes, par exemple, c'était la question de violence. Des violences basées sur le genre qui, en tout cas, on a eu des statistiques dès les premiers mois où ça a montré que ça avait beaucoup augmenté. Et alors, dépendamment des contextes, parce que ma question est toujours, qu'est-ce qu'on en sait pour nos contextes? Et il y a aussi une question, enfin, c'est très important parce que la mesure, hein, la captation même des questions, enfin, des informations sur les violences, est très difficile et même en termes d'enquête en face à face, il y a vraiment des précautions particulières qu'il faut prendre pour protéger les victimes elles-mêmes. Et ma question c'est, quand on pose la question à des gens par téléphone, par Internet, c'est encore autre chose parce que je pense qu'on a des populations éduqués en termes de scolarisation, donc ils peuvent peut-être savoir comment se prendre. Mais quand on pose la question au téléphone aux gens sur ces questions-là, comment ça se passe exactement? Enfin, je vous pose la question, mais je la pose aussi à Mben, qui ont fait la même chose au Sénégal, et ce serait peut-être intéressant d'avoir une idée de cette expérience-là. Merci.
So let me ask.
Sorry.
Just one. Well, I just wanted you to reflect a bit on the demand for data, in South Africa, because I mean, it's a massive body of work and lots of activity in terms of generating evidence. So what is the appetite for this evidence like, particularly among policy cycles?
Thank you. Let me start with the issue around gender-based violence. It is a difficult topic to measure. And tomorrow we'll go through this in depth, just going through it. But just to give you a short answer, we spend time training our field workers. One thing that I was not aware, and which COVID-19 has actually have exposed me to, is that when we're doing our training, we are now training them in terms of their voice. How do you project your voice? With the face-to-face, we're trying to match the profile of the area with the fieldwork. They can speak the language. Now you have to take into account the voice. Some they have a deep voice. Yeah. And you have to use a lot of imagination when you're calling someone, because they may be busy, and you say, as you are saying, that now that most of the, there were a lot of, we couldn't move around, so there were a lot of restrictions. So you find that now we are collecting information around perception around gender-based violence. And maybe just to give you also another interesting in terms of from our own, in terms of statistics as statisticians, is that we also realize that the numbers that we collected mostly are coming from the head of the household, and mostly are men, which also bring another challenge. One of our survey, the Governance, Public Safety and Justice Survey, it got two parts. The first part is the household, the second part is the individual household. So we normally randomly select individual in the household. Telephonic, how do you do that? You have to get a list, but now you're calling the head of the household, say, how many people are here? He start asking you a question, who are you? And especially if I'm a male, who are you? Now you need to explain yourself. He drops the phone. For us to get a final completed questionnaire using a CATI, we had to call more than 5 times. Same number, more than 5 times. That's how costly it is. Because the head of the household will drop the call. Sometimes the child is the one who's answering the phone. And now you have to speak to the child and explain who are you, and said, Mommy, Daddy, so-and-so said, drop it. They want to sell me insurance. Difficult. It's quite difficult. It's very difficult. So, but we'll get into it tomorrow when we look at the violence against women, in terms of how difficult it is to collect this information. In terms of your question, the appetite, there is an appetite. In actual fact, the policymakers are saying, states say you're not collecting enough. Most of our surveys, we can't break it down below a certain level, especially the local level. Unemployment rate, we can give you at the national, at the provincial level. But then it doesn't help the local councillor, who's more interested about how many people in my area are unemployed. So the demand is high. So when I was presenting our integrated framework, the last framework is, is a framework that actually talks to the local, your IDP. 2 years ago, we had our local government, and the local councillors have to go and campaign. And that's when you get a lot of calls. Calling you, say, can you break it down, my area, break it down by this, give me this number, how many people are unemployed, how many people are going to school, and when you respond and say, unfortunately, our estimates cannot break down, then you get serious accusations. You're not relevant. So the demand is there. The unfortunate part is that it's expensive to collect this. And the surveys, unfortunately, with the size of it, it can only break it down up in the statistical level. Hence, we want to introduce the continuous population survey, because what we are trying to do is that bring all the surveys into one, so that you can have an in-depth and a robust sample that can break it down to the lower level, so that you can able to assist your local guy, your provincial, and at the national level. At the same time, also responding also to some of the indicators. But then you have a rotation of this module. Okay.
Thank you. Oui, Jacques.
Oui, vous nous avez expliqué que I speak in English? Okay. Bon, okay. Vous nous avez expliqué que les questionnaires ont été réduits de 50% dans leur volume. Est-ce que cela s'applique à toutes les enquêtes, notamment à l'enquête sur l'emploi, à la General Household Survey, et d'autre part, quel a été le processus par lequel vous êtes passé pour opérer cette réduction, et est-ce que certains sujets ont été totalement éliminés, ou est-ce que c'est le nombre de questions par sujet qui a été réduit? C'est-à-dire, qu'est-ce qui a été sacrifié finalement dans cette réduction des questionnaires? Merci.
Okay, thank you. Most of our surveys questionnaires were reduced. What we have done is that we went through a process of stakeholder consultation. So we do have we understand who are mostly our stakeholders, and we had to go through that process to identify what is it that we can able to collect. At the same time, we also have to introduce new questions that are related to COVID. So we couldn't bring in COVID-19 questionnaires for QLFS or for labor force surveys. We had to introduce new questions around COVID-19. And the current questionnaire was quite long, so we had to find a space for it. So there was a process that we had to go through it, identifying key stakeholders and also some of our international partners that are in this space to ask them that, well, how can we do this? Fortunately, there were a lot of guidelines that were produced by most of the international agencies that help, especially with the labor force surveys. But from the social side, we had to reduce significant number of questions. One of the questions that we sort of dropped, it was issues around hunger. Difficult to drop it, but we had to drop it. Because we had to expand around education. Because now remember that the child now couldn't go to school. Now we have to introduce online schooling, homeschooling. We've never tracked this. It's a new space. We had to spend time with colleagues who are in an education space to understand how are we going to ask these questions. What is the meaning of online schooling and homeschooling and remote schooling? So those concepts quite difficult. Universities also, some distance learning, some you had to walk into the campus Now they were giving students laptops to go home and conduct lectures online. So we had to expand our education section in the questionnaires. We had to also drop some of the household characteristics questions, like for example, access to water, access to electricity, to give space for new questions. And I can tell you that we got calls. We are also experiencing what we call it load shedding in South Africa in terms of our energy. And I was happy that Isabella yesterday spoke about energy. But unfortunately we have to, because what we have done is that we look at the indicators over time and we see the changes doesn't change much. So we said for this particular round, what we can do, we can drop it and we can introduce this again in the next round. So if you recall my slide, I said it's a balancing act. It's a tough one. Demographers will come, and my neighbor Diego always come. Solely, when are you putting in migration module? Migration modules, and I think from the labor force, we also want to measure migration, migrant workers. Difficult, but also important, especially in the context of South Africa, where we're having a lot of neighboring countries are moving into South Africa to come and work. We haven't tracked migration in our social surveys. Something must give in. Disability, especially at the children level. Washington Group, they have a short questionnaire. But we had a discussion around disability 2 weeks, I think a week ago in South Africa, and it was clear that we are not measuring it amongst the children. Where are you going to put it? It has to go into the survey. But where is the space? Something must give in. Hence we want to introduce a continuous population survey to rotate this type of content. So I hope I have given colleagues some insight in terms of how difficult it is work for NSOs. And it is about time that some of the challenges that we are sharing with the colleagues here, we are more than, open to discussions, new ways of doing it. Researchers can also come in and propose. Remember, indicator is, it either can be quantity or quality. And I think yesterday we spoke about some of the quality to understand the why. Why are you having these spikes? I don't know, because I'm doing quantitative. But researchers can come with the qualitative and enrich this data. Thank you so much, colleagues. If there are no questions.
Yes,
there's another question?
I think, yes, Ben wants to share something with us.
Bonjour, merci pour votre présentation. Je pense que dans tous les INS, on rencontre les mêmes problèmes, notamment sur le côté financement. Et je pense que dans votre présentation, vous avez parlé des 2 enquêtes time use que vous avez fait en 2010 et 2000. Donc, si je ne me trompe pas, M. Jacques, vous allez me confirmer, il est recommandé de faire toutes les 2 ans une enquête time use survey, je pense. Et bon, nous aussi, on a le même problème parce qu'on vient de réaliser notre première enquête en 2021 et on se demande quelle sera la suite. Pour ce qui est du Covid, nous, on avait fait, de la Covid du moins, nous, on avait fait une enquête téléphonique basée, l'échantillonnage, on s'est basé des données du recensement de 2013. Parce que dans le recensement, on récupère les numéros des chefs de ménage et d'un membre du ménage, autre que le chef de ménage. Donc, c'est rare, en tout cas, à l'INS du Sénégal, qu'on fasse des enquêtes téléphoniques. Généralement, ce sont des enquêtes, disons, je veux dire, face à face. Voilà, des enquêtes face à face qui sont faites. et qui produisent des résultats, disons, de qualité, parce qu'on se base sur la formation des enquêteurs. Tout à l'heure, vous parlez de la définition même du ménage. Dans les manuels même des agents enquêteurs, on précise clairement qu'il y a une différence entre la famille et le ménage. Donc, eux, dès qu'ils arrivent en interviewant les répondants, ils expliquent du moins aux répondants la définition exacte de ce qu'on veut. Et pour ce qui est de l'enquête EDS, je pense que vous avez dit que votre dernière enquête EDS était en 2016, si je ne me trompe pas, ou bien. Bon, en tout cas, nous au Sénégal, le seul moment où on a eu un gap, c'est à cause de la Covid. C'était entre la dernière enquête, c'est en 2019. C'est à cause de la Covid qu'on n'a pas eu à faire des enquêtes entre-temps. Et on est en train de préparer une autre enquête EDS en 2022. Et on est encadré par l'ICF. Je ne sais pas pour vous, c'est quoi la situation? Pourquoi depuis 2016, vous n'avez pas fait d'enquête d'EDS? Je pense qu'en 2016, il n'y avait pas encore la Covid. Peut-être c'est un problème de financement, mais l'ICF est là. Je ne sais pas pour vous, les pays de l'Afrique du Sud, de l'Est, est-ce que vous êtes pris en compte? Et pour les questions de violence, en général, c'était intégré dans les enquêtes EDS. Mais pour cette année, on est financé par l'ONU Femmes et d'autres bailleurs. On est en train aussi de préparer une enquête sur les violences faites aux femmes. Là, on est en train de préparer les outils, les questionnaires, les matériels de collecte, etc. Bientôt, la formation se fera. Donc, ce sera sur deux volets, un volet ménage et un volet structure. Bon, c'est tout ce que j'avais à dire. Merci.
Yes, I had Ndirangu first.
Okay, thank you so much. Sorry for your discourse, very rich. Maybe I want to have an interjection on GBV. Most we talk about women, and we realize during the COVID period, men are more exposed to GBV, but we don't talk about this. I think it's high time when you are collecting data, you need to consider men at the same time, they go the same problem and might be more than that. And we realized during the COVID that we had more on issue that other things came up. School droppers were very high, RHRA pregnancy, especially locally we had as low as 11 years to are pregnant. Also we had mental health as a big issue. Then we had an issue of divorces. That now we can see after COVID, divorce and separation are coming big in number. I think with our research, we need to have in future, before another pandemic comes, how can we support using data to control these issues? Then the issue about face-to-face data collection. It's, definitely we know in future we'll be having another pandemic will come. It's that we prepare ourselves earlier before we have another one. And this is a high opportunity for technology to take place, artificial intelligence, machine learning. If we can try to use them and come with softwares and modality and other tools, all this to be good for us as a data analysts, as data collectors, as a researchers in that case. Thank you so much.
Yes, yes, you can.
Thank you so much for the comprehensive presentation. My question is around data needs on gender statistics. In the recent past, have you come across any, of course we have gender statistics gaps, but have you able to, you and your team, have you able to come across some of those gaps, and then which particular indicators were those, and were you able to do a reconstruction of some of your tools to include those indicators to be able to capture that, that kind of data? Thank you.
I think SDG 5, that's where we are struggling. Recently, not recently, but the past 2 years, we conducted what we call it the Census of Agriculture. and we try to influence that instrument to include, just to get a sense of, how many female farmers are in a commercial space, especially for agriculture. So we as a team, we have managed to identify some of this. So I'm giving an example as one of this. But we are also constantly working with other colleagues in different spaces. For example, the income and expenditure survey that is going to undertake now, we have also influenced that questionnaire to look at issues around poverty, issues around inequality. Because these are some of the two important themes that we also need to measure. So we will consciously identify some of the surveys that we can able to influence. However, it is I think from our end, we also have now looked at the admin data sources to see how best can they close the gap, which means that we also have to go through the assessment of these admin, because they were never made for statistics. Mostly, these are just, like the name it is, admin data sources. So we had to go through and check and whether can we able to utilize some of this to close the gaps, some of these gaps. The issue of face-to-face, and I don't want to get into the debate around how NSOs can able to, to deal with this. I think there's a presentation that we've prepared around how most of the NSOs, especially in Africa, they can start preparing themselves. In an event, we have another pandemic, especially in areas where there's conflict. I mean, KZN recently, we had floods. We couldn't access that particular area. And if your survey is the face-to-face, how are you going to drive into those areas? And if you have a national survey, you can't just release results and certain areas you don't. So how do you deal with that particular area? And most of the surveys are not flexible. So in the middle of the survey program, you have floods. You can't come and now ask questions whether in the past 7 days, have you looked for a job? I'm staying in a church because of the floods. So the questions that you need to ask, that you also have to include immediately. They have to be related to that particular situation. So, and I think the mixed mode approach will help, but it also comes with its own challenges. It comes with its own challenges. So in most of African countries, I know face-to-face is still the most reliable way. It is. I agree. It is. It is. But in our context, in terms of South Africa, we have realized that even when we don't have pandemic, we are also having low response rate in areas that are affluent. Those who knows Cape Town, if you go to Cape Town, most of the houses that are in around the city, for you to get access, those are high walls. So they will look at you through this window. You are a field worker sitting down there, asking for access. They won't open. Firstly, they don't know you. They don't know you, so they won't open. And these are your top 10, richest areas that I'm referring to. So to get access into those areas is very difficult. Now we also now notice that even in the middle income areas, issues of access, because we are now living in an estate. Most of us, we have high walls. But go to a rural area, they welcome you, they even feed you, they give you water, you sit, they talk. They give you even extra information. They said, why don't you ask me about this? You go to township, they give you even more. That's where we're getting more information. But the problem is that now the country is becoming metropolitan in nature. And 57% of our population is sitting in the metropolitan areas. So by default, you have to change, because otherwise you will be missing a lot of people. I mean, Gauteng on its own has got 5 metros. 5 5 metros. It's difficult to do a survey in Gauteng, and Gauteng is our economic hub. That's where you get Johannesburg, Pretoria, you know, our parliament, most of the national departments are in Pretoria, which is in Gauteng. Most of the estate gate communities mostly are in Gauteng. So it's tough. So you can imagine now with the COVID-19, come and knock, Isabel doesn't want to open. Crime, big issue. Introducing a technology like my colleague mentioned, we had to adapt for field workers to move around with the tablet. They become target. Now they have to move around with this. You saw the unemployment rate. So field worker has to be done in those areas. You go to township, they welcome you. They say, come. And they take it. You go to Western Cape where there's a lot of gangs. We even have what you call them, we even mark them. These are the red zone. You have to go with the guards. We have to hire guards. This field work, you have to hire a bodyguard to go with you to conduct a field work. And we know that with the surveys, you have to create a conducive environment for a respondent to feel safe. Now you're working with this tall, big person who's cutting you to go and collect information around gender-based violence. How are you going to do it? Tough. Tough. But those are the challenges for NSOs. When the users are calling you, they don't care. They're asking you why you didn't collect information around gender-based violence. If I can write you a script of how difficult it is to do it, but it has to be done. We have to find a way to do it. We have to find a way to do it. Thanks, colleagues.
Merci beaucoup. Et vraiment, cette question de... Why are you cutting me? I'm talking. Yeah, thank you. Non, merci de... Vraiment, je pense qu'il y a peut-être tout ce que ça soulève des discussions que nous venons d'avoir là, c'était, je l'ai mentionné tout à l'heure, mais c'est la manière même de prendre l'information, parce que je pense qu'il y a quelque chose aussi au niveau des statistiques de genre, ou sur le genre, je ne sais pas trop, qui sont aussi de pouvoir avoir la voix des femmes. En fait, la voix en tout cas des populations qui ne sont pas toujours en mesure de s'exprimer. Parce que des fois, on réfléchit en termes de collecter des variables, mais auprès de qui et comment on fait pour les avoir. Et cette question d'accessibilité est vraiment importante. L'accessibilité physique même, géographique, pour accéder aux personnes. Et ce qui a été mentionné pour l'Afrique du Sud, c'est aussi quelque chose qu'on rencontre même dans les contextes comme les nôtres, où on se pose même des questions par rapport à certains phénomènes. On rencontre de la réalité de qui? Parce que je sais que même pour le recensement du Burkina Faso, il y a eu des problèmes par rapport à accéder aux populations les plus aisées, parce qu'elles n'ouvrent pas leurs portes. Elles n'ouvrent pas leurs portes. On n'a pas de gated communities, mais quand les agents recenseurs vont ou les enquêteurs, on ne leur ouvre pas, ou c'est le gardien, et pour avoir accès au chef du ménage, c'est difficile. Donc, et si par exemple on revient encore aux questions de violences basées sur le genre, qui sont particulières, je parlais tout à l'heure du téléphone, nous on a fait une enquête à Ouagadougou où c'était impossible, enfin difficile dans certains contextes d'isoler les femmes. Parce que quand on arrive, on voit une femme qu'on ne connaît pas qui veut s'asseoir seule avec elle, on se demande qui elle est et pourquoi elle veut s'asseoir seule avec elle. Et parfois elle-même, elle dit non. Et donc je pensais encore une fois au téléphone, quelqu'un appelle, on demande c'est qui, on ne dit pas qui c'est, et on s'isole pour parler seul au téléphone avec cette personne pendant 1 heure qui pose des questions. En fait, c'était ces choses très très pratiques, mais qui sont censées après être utilisées comme des variables qui renseignent la réalité. Et en tout cas, je trouve que merci beaucoup vraiment de revenir sur ça, parce que les conditions même de réalisation des enquêtes, après, on a des données, mais il faut savoir ce dont elles rendent compte. Merci. Bon, je ne sais pas s'il y a d'autres questions. Sinon, vous êtes autorisés maintenant à applaudir et pas me couper la parole. Merci. Nous sommes en avance, c'est ça? Non, je ne regarde pas l'heure depuis ce matin. Oui, je pense que nous sommes en avance. Donc, alors, voilà, il n'y a rien de rigide. Ce n'est pas un questionnaire d'une agence statistique.
General comment in terms of a collection of national statistics. I want to encourage NSOs to engage the ordinary people more, because the general person does not understand the statistics because of the technical nature of the definitions that you use. For example, when you are talking of unemployment, if I'm a graduate, I sell tomatoes on the street, and then when you come, you consider me employed because I'm getting income. But from my point of view, I'm still looking for work because I'm not trained to sell tomatoes. I want to go somewhere and work. And then when you then report these statistics, you see they seem detached from people's realities, because for 10 people that I know, only one is working from our definition, and the rest are not employed. But you are saying you have 33% unemployment. I know he is going to come and cover some of these things, but this is just an example of how these statistics sometimes can be misunderstood, and then it then goes back to the politics of statistics that I talked of yesterday. Thank you very much.
I think ILO is actually helping us in terms of the definition. And like I mentioned before, as a statistician, you have to get the definition right. The concept must be right, so that you can be able to compare. I agree. I fully agree with, and in South Africa we have unemployment rate, the official one, and expanded one. The labor unions want to see the expanded one, not the 33. So I agree. I fully agree. But for issues of comparison across countries, across regions, we have to. Otherwise, then, when you're doing the presentation in the conferences, then we have a challenge to say, but in Senegal, this is not how we define. In South Africa, this is how not we're defining it. So issues around indicators are quite complex and very difficult. Very, very difficult. So I fully agree with you. And you'll see tomorrow when we talk about gender-based violence. It's quite tough.
My own, I mean, just looking at the amount of work that goes on in some of these NSOs, I keep asking myself, because I mean, a lot of information is generated. They enter by the policy level, and the politicians call you to say, I want to know this. How can we begin to generate appetite among citizens, actually, for some of this evidence, for some of this data? Because I think, I find it very interesting that a local councillor will call you for that information, because that's a very important thing. But where I come from, in my own country, I don't know any local government person that is interested in that. But that's where that's actually where the journey of development should, at least the way we are structured in Africa, at the local government level, that's where these things begin. But they don't look for it. It's at the government level, they want to see whether they've made progress, and that is it. You know, so how can we begin to arm local people? And it goes back to the question he's also asking. How would this make sense to me in the village where somebody is asking, we are not employed here, you know, so that's what we want. But I think that is, for me, the next step in this engagement, you know, so that people, even when we're talking about voting, you know, advocacy, people at the local level see the relevance of this great work that happens at NSOs. Yeah.
Maybe let me say a quick thing. I think researchers must also come and assist. In South Africa, I always say we conduct surveys using public pairs. Immediately when we're releasing data, a survey, we release the full data sets. So if you go to our website, all the labor force surveys that we've been conducted, all the general household survey data is there. So it is for researchers to help. But at the same time, it's also for NSOs, as you mentioned, in terms of communication. How do you now, you know, digest, make it a little bit more, not heavy, less, for someone to be able to use? And I think Isabel has been also speaking about us moving towards how do you bring evidence-based, you know, policies, you know, using the data. Because you have to connect what is the policy saying, what is the data saying, and how you can improve whatever program or interventions. So from the South Africa point of view, we still debating amongst ourselves at NSO, how do we navigate ourselves around that space? Because we always pride ourselves as independent national statistics organization. We didn't want to enter into a policy space because we wanted to allow policymakers to do their work. But then the connection, when you bring numbers, they don't know how to do, how to use it. So hence we're now starting to move around this thematic way of looking at statistics to say, can we have thematic reports that look at a certain theme? It could be disability. And let's try to make it a little bit more less, you know, scary and more enriching for someone who's in that sector to have a better sense. Let's profile persons with disabilities. Break it down by all these other indicators. Make it a little bit more rather than just presenting at a higher level. So it is a challenge for us, even for researchers. Okay. So I will encourage colleagues to go to our website if you want this data. It's available, it's there. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, I'm
Je
here.
ne suis pas sûre que le déjeuner soit prêt. Je propose donc qu'on prenne ce moment-là pour nous. Pardon, c'est prêt? C'était prêt? Alors dans ce cas-là, de toutes les façons, on ne pourra pas trop être flexible sur le temps parce que enfin quand je dis flexible, on aurait pu reprendre plus tôt et se dire qu'on termine plus tôt, mais il y a une table ronde qui est prévue et pour lesquelles il y a des gens qui sont de l'extérieur et qui ne peuvent pas forcément réaménager leur emploi du temps en conséquence. Donc je propose qu'on aille manger et qu'on revienne à l'heure prévue en fait. Voilà. Donc merci.